Hello, welcome guys. It's time for week 3 live streams over here on Museum Greg Reads for the Tarot Readathon. So if you are here in chat, please let me know what you're reading, what team are you representing, what card are you reading for? I want all the details. Today I am reading as Sam predicted, because he knew from our chat that I'm reading Into the Drowning Deep by Meyer Grant. Actually, Deja pulled some cards for me, a card for me last night on her impromptu sprints, and I was really itching to read this one. So thankfully, she was able to find a card that worked for me on almost the first try. So this was for a character who has been through something, I think is basically the gist of what the card was. So this is a horror novel originally following a crew that was filming a fake mermaid documentary, only it turns out that the mermaids were real and they're not nice. And it's been a pretty miserable week, so I could use some good distracting mermaid horror. That's my vibe today. I am still working through the absolute tome of Shantaram, which is a historical fiction that I let a friend pull some cards for me at the start of the readathon, and she picked a card that was to read something outside of my comfort zone, and I let her pick a book, and she picked a 950-page historical fiction about a man who escaped prison in Australia and ran away to India. It is 950 pages. The audiobook is 43 hours. I might pick it up at some point tonight, depending on how I'm doing with Into the Drowning Deep, because I do have some knitting that I need to work on, and that's what audiobooks are for. So let me know. What are you guys reading? Hey, Vanessa. How are you, friend? Middle of the Night by Rayleigh Sager for Team Cups. Very exciting, Marie. I know a lot of people have loved and or hated this book. I feel like it's getting a lot of really interesting and mixed reviews. I cannot speak to it. I've never read a Rayleigh Sager, actually, but I did just get the one recommended in the library. Because Dara from Sarah's Shelves is my biggest Rayleigh Sager fan in my life. So yes, cat. This is Ohan. He is named after one of the aliens in A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. At some point, my other cat might show up. Her name is Lilu Dallas Multipass. She is named for Fifth Element. So if you've ever questioned if I was truly a sci-fi nerd, I have always been a sci-fi nerd. Lilu's 13 years old. The cat before her was weirdly named after a British comedy from the 70s. So I've just always been a weirdo. Working through some NetGalley reviews tonight. I am so impressed. I have so much back work I need to do on my NetGalley, and I just got a couple of approvals that I'm really excited about, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to make them make sense in Tarot Readathon or not. So they might be August books. But what was there anything good of note that we should be paying attention to, Vanessa? Tell us. Let us know. Just updating my read around the world map and then reading a book by Marcy Condi. I probably did that very badly from Guadalupe because, yeah, that I watched your video where you talked about the Tarot Readathon and your read around the world, and you've been hitting some really fascinating countries. Usually when people do the read around the world, I only catch their content when it's some of the more obvious countries, but never Djibouti, and I really enjoyed that. It's your book club picks that you can't wait to talk about. That's always exciting. I haven't picked up either of the book club picks for the month that I am in right now. Oops. So Sam, when are we gonna read A Memory Called Empire? Speaking of book club picks, we haven't even discussed starting that with you or Emily. Oopsies. We need another cat called Cavalon and another called Rake. Well, that would definitely put me into crazy cat lady territory for sure. But maybe the next time I foster a litter, I can have a whole divide litter. I don't know that it would help them get adopted, but the night guest. Ooh, I'll have to check it out. Around the world. Yeah, Sam, you'll have to catch. Nicole has a YouTube channel and she's got some content around her Read Around the World channel, and it's been very interesting. I think we might need to just start on the next one, but let's ask Emily. I don't know if she's going to finish Ghost Station. This might be the first DNF of our our buddy read for the year. Um, I don't know. I had a good time with it. I don't know what you guys are complaining about. Obvious choices are the easiest to get, but now I'm on some of the countries where I have to go searching for books. It's a lot of fun. But so many people give up by the time they hit this point, Nicole. So many people are like, oh, this is too hard or it's not interesting. And you're just still chomping through them. And I'm really impressed by it. Go stock Nicole. Very interesting. Not hearing great things about Ghost Station. I didn't love it as much as I loved Dead Silence. I think Dead Silence was a little bit more lightning in a bottle for me. Um, there are some plot similarities. I wouldn't say plot similarities, actually. It's more like character similarities between the protagonist in both books, primarily in her backstory. Both characters' backstories are very traumatically tied, and they keep having flashbacks, and like some of that element really detracted a little bit for me for Ghost Station. Also, the sad attempt at a love story happens in both. Uh, so that kind of knocked down a little bit for me, but I still had a good time. I wasn't complaining about it. I thought that it was interesting. Um, and she is pretty good at doing what I like to call fear edging. Welcome to the live show, guys. But she gets you to this point where you're like, okay, the action's gonna start, things are gonna get scary, and then pulls you back. And she does it a couple of times, and I personally really enjoy that, but I can see where that slow burn of horror would not be fun for people. But that's me. 2016, Nicole, you've been doing your Read Around the World for so long. How close are you to finishing? Like, do you have a percentage that's left? I'm just curious now. See, I liked the slow build. I liked the like tease of fear, but that's me. Hey, Desi, let me know what you're reading. Yeah, 2016 is so impressive. So impressive. Yeah, there are over 200 countries and territories on my list, but I want to know, how many have you done? If you're already to Djibouti, I feel like you've gotten a good chunk in. Hi, I'm gonna do my old lady hurt because I don't know how to do the other one without hurting my hands. Hi, Catherine. What are you reading? Are you sticking around or just breathing by and saying hi? Edges you for 340 pages and then gives you 50 of actual plot. You know, it's all plot. The edging included plot, but it was nowhere near as bad as The Deep by Almakatsu. That one was just like a historical fiction until the last maybe 30 to 40 pages. And then it had like a weird ghost story shoved in there for whatever reason. It was not good. I not recommend The Deep by Almakatsu. Kind of turned me off to all Almakatsu, not gonna lie. 60% done. That's crazy impressive, Nicole. Deciding between Game Changer or Play Along. Is this for a specific card or are you just reading for funsies? Just curious. Attempt to edit a video, but if I give up, you'll probably finish Dark Restraint. I vote video because I would like content from Catherine, because bookishly Catherine content is amazing. But whatever makes your heart the happiest, my friend. Yay, glad to have you. Hello, reading Unseelie by Person Houseman, because I don't want to attempt to pronounce that first name, for Nine of Swords. Very exciting, Julie. I hope you're enjoying it. You were reading it last night, so you haven't decided to put it down at least. Could be worse. So I think we're only about 10 minutes in, but I've made it through all the comments, so win there. I say we start with a cheeky little sprint and get the party started. Does anybody have any preference for time? Thoughts? 45? Sound good? More? Less? Ha ha, Sam. Look, I have dry Oreos just for you, Sam. Oh, just for funsies, but if one of them falls, it falls within your weekly significator. That's always exciting. We're not doing a 7-hour sprint. Yeah, cheeky little sprint. 50, 45 to 60 is good. Yes, the dry Oreos. Milk is a crock. I've been slow going compared to the rest of the reads this month, but it's not bad. So we got a couple of 45, 50. You pain me. I did it specifically to pain you. 50's cute. Okay. So if we're doing 50, that's going to take us to the zeros. Let's do this, guys. Hello. Hello, hello. How was that sprint for everybody? Let me know. Did you get any reading done? I did not. I was busy leaving venti voice memos. Sorry. But I am excited because I am about 35, I'm about 40 pages into the Drowning Deep so far. And it starts out really immediately in the action. So had a good time with that, enjoying seeing where these killer mermaids are going to strike next. I think we've hit a slow part though. I think we've hit the like plot and not just the murderous vampires, the murderous mermaids. So it's probably gonna slow down a little bit here. So Atia, did I say that right? Currently reading Blood Debts. It's a reread for me, trying to get to page 150 by the end of the night. Currently on page 57. I think you're gonna hit that pretty solidly. Must be good if you're rereading. Hello, just joined. I will be reading Serpentine Valentine by Gianna Darling. I haven't heard of this one. Are you here with us for the Tarot Readathon, Jocelyn? Who are you repping? What card is this for? Switch to Midnight Rooms. Got to 57%. That's exciting. Very exciting. I hope it's a good switch. I know sometimes rereads you can just sort of power through and they go so quickly, but sometimes they can drag a little bit because you're like, oh, this is the slow part that was already slow the first time. Managed laundry supper in about 20 pages. So that's all right. Yeah, you did way more than me, Nicole. You did so much more than me. Hey, Sammy, what are you reading? What's going on? Got half of the laundry put away and 14 pages into Play Along. Very exciting. I desperately need to do laundry, and none of it's going to get done tonight. Not a single ounce of it. Hello, only read a chapter, kept getting distracted. Solidarity, Julie. So did I. Got so distracted, didn't even make it through a whole chapter because these are surprisingly long chapters, I've discovered. Hi, Izzy. Did I get to the Only Good Indians yet? I have started the Only Good Indians. It's actually right here. I'm about 20 pages in, so not very far at all. And while it seems like I'm going to enjoy the writing style, it was a little slower than I was feeling at the moment. It's just been a week, so I wanted to try to do something that was going to be a little poppier and a little faster. So I am doing Into the Drowning Deep. But The Only Good Indians is still on my radar. I'm going to be reading it this week because it hits both one of my prompts and our significator prompt this week for Pentacles, because it is the same card. It's the same card. It is to read a book set in your favorite season or that feels like your favorite season. And so this hits for both because it's the same thing. Made it to page 75 of Middle of Night. Is the plot plotting? Is it starting to get exciting? Are you titillated, Marie? Tell me all the things. Fell asleep and will be starting Honey and Spice in the next sprint. You know, sometimes you need a little nap, Sammy. If I wasn't having sprints, I probably would already be in bed right now. Not gonna lie. Sometimes adulting just requires a nap. Repping Wands, and it's the card for Nine of Wands. Very exciting. We got a good mix of folks in here today. I know we had some cups earlier and wands. Obviously, we got some pentacles representation. What is the other one? Why am I forgetting the other one? Swords. Do we have any swords? I thought we had swords earlier. Oh, so it's just okay so far, but maybe you haven't gotten to the climax, the excitement, the pieces that are gonna strike your fancy, tickle your ivories. I almost wish I liked horror so I could read more Stephen Graham Jones. I tried The Only Good Indians and loved his writing, but can't handle the genre. That's fair. And I think that there's a lot of parts of the genre that I absolutely cannot handle. And I don't do all of the horror, but sometimes I'm just in the mood. I'm in the mood to be scared. Yeah, Desi, got some more pentacles. Here's sword. I knew we had to have a sword in here. And you're reading Emma by Jane Austen. What prompt is this for? Love some Jane Austen. Love Emma. I think my favorite Jane Austen is actually her first book that they didn't publish until after she died, and that's Northanger Abbey, because she spends the whole time making fun of Gothic literature. And it's just really funny to watch all of that play out. And it's so melodramatic and so fun. But of her true classics, of the ones people think of, it's got to be Sense and Sensibility for me, because Colonel Brandon is the greatest love interest that Jane Austen ever wrote. And I love him. I love him dearly and with all of my heart and half of my ass. Same, Nicole. I feel like his new book coming up is going to be more my speed. Yeah, this is the one about I was a teenage slasher, right? He's actually doing a book signing for that at my local bookstore right now. It was either right now or yesterday, somewhere in this like zone of time. He was doing a book signing here. And I thought about going, but I would rather be here with you guys. This is way more fun. Find horror and thrillers work best as audiobooks. Feels more like a podcast that way. I could see that. I so rarely think to do audio. I'll do audio as tandems a lot. And in fact, once I get to the next chapter marker in this one, I'm probably going to tandem this. Or I do a lot of audio for memoirs, some nonfiction. That's mostly it. I'm doing an audio right now for historical fiction, mostly because I just need to get through it. And I don't want to hold a 950-page book. Judgment. It's been on my current reading for 3 months, and I just keep forgetting about it. But now that I'm reading it, I love it a lot. So I'm glad you're enjoying Emma. Jane Austen is a classic for a reason. Her work is quite timeless, and her characters always feel so real, which I love so much. As a teenage slasher, is your book club pick for next month? You'll have to let me know what you think. So this is my first Stephen Graham Jones. And I've heard nothing but good things about The Only Good Indian. Working your way through the rest of her works and Sense and Sensibility is next on your list. Oh, I love Sense and Sensibility. I just, after you read the book, you'll have to watch the movie version that has Emma Thompson, Kate Winslet, Hugh Grant, and Alan Rickman. My mother swears she can pinpoint the exact moment that I fell in love with Alan Rickman while watching that movie. She's like, I know it was Colonel Brandon in part, but I could see the light of love in your eyes in this specific moment. And when he passed, I've always adored him. But when he passed, I'd already had tickets for this. The movie theater in my town does special screenings and that are themed around different things. And so they do one that's a Sunday tea. It's an afternoon tea. They have 3 different teas from a local tea maker that are paired with little nibbles throughout the movie. And I'd already had tickets to see Sense and Sensibility with friends, one of which had never seen it, was not a super emotional person, had no connection with Jane Austen. And we got in, and the moment he showed up on screen, I just started crying. And she was so confused. She's like, what did I miss? Why are we sad? We're sad. We're sad because of Alan. Hello, forgot to come back at the end of the sprint. That happens sometimes, Catherine. Honestly, at least I remembered. It would be a problem if I didn't. That happened recently in somebody's sprints. Oh, Sarah's. And we were all like, wait, how do we get her? How do we tell her? Oh no, it was your literature. Somebody didn't come back. I don't know. I'm starting to mix up all of my sprints. I was thinking of the Buffalo Hunter coming in spring of 2025 about a vampire revenge story. Oh, I didn't even realize he had another one coming out because I've been so focused on the one that came out this week. It'll be your first of his. You'll have to tell me what you think, Marie. The Emma Thompson Sense and Sensibility is so good. It is so deliciously good. And I just wish I lived in a reality where somebody loved me as much as Colonel Brandon loved her. It's just so good. The definition of puppy dog. I know so many people who love Austen, but I just don't. I'm more of a Bronte sisters fan. Very different vibe. In fact, I don't think they really liked each other all that much. I mean, I don't reread a lot of Austen. I've read all of it. My heart is with Mary Shelley and everything she ever did. That's the one that I reread every couple of years, and I just love her so much. But I need to reread some Bronte. It's been a long, long time. I think grad school might have been the last time I picked up a Bronte. Pulled Page of Pentacles today, which was such a blessing. The shortest book on your TBR. How many pages is he? Inquiring minds want to know. The short books can be hella short, or they can still be kind of chunky depending on what your TBR looks like. Also, yes to Mary Shelley. I've got Lador, which you should get to one of these days. Yes. Yes. One that I think people never talk about, Mary Shelley, is The Last Man, which was really fascinating. It's like her take on dystopian, and I recommend. It was so, so good. Not as good as Frankenstein, but that's because Frankenstein is a feminist masterpiece, and I will shout it from the rooftops every chance I get. It's beautiful. It is perfect. It is heartbreaking. And if you've never read Frankenstein, even people I know who are not classics fans will still enjoy Frankenstein. Hey, that's fair. And they're not all the same. The sisters aren't similar. There's definitely some Bronte that I don't get on with at all. But it has also been a really long time since I've read it. Which one was it who wrote? Hold on. Because I get them all mixed up. Which one was it? Yeah, Emily, Wuthering Heights. Can't abide Wuthering Heights. I know people love it, but it falls into the same category for me as The Great Gatsby, where it's just horrible people being horrible to each other and having horrible results. Like it's just crap all the way down. Um, so yeah. So Emily's not, I'm not usually a big fan of Emily. You want to read that one too? Yeah. Last Man was really interesting. Really, really interesting. If you read it, let me know. She was ahead of her time. She's a queen. She invented science fiction. She's better than all of us and all of them. And I'm so grateful to be able to enjoy her beautiful brain. Shortest on your physical TBR is 127 pages with huge margins and fonts. Did you tell us what you're reading, Izzy? No, you only asked about The Only Good Indians. What is this short book with wide margins? I love to read the classics, but it's hard for me to get into them unless it's for a class. Like I have to have a discussion board assignment along with it. Oh, well, sometimes you just have to find your own discussion. There was actually another person in the bookish space named Jessica, who was in several discords I was in, and we were actively buddy reading classics with each other. Like we were picking one a month. It didn't last very long. I think the last one we read was The Invisible Man by H.G. Wells. But it was fun while it lasted. So sometimes maybe you just need to find somebody else who's wanting to read some classics and make your own little discussion board. The three sisters are all very different from each other. That is accurate. And I'm sorry to any Wuthering Heights fans out there. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Hello, Joni. Just joining and eating pizza. Are you here for tarot? Are you reading for any specific prompts, representing any teams, or just here for the vibes and the pizza? The short book is Two Old Women by Velma Wallace, an Indigenous Alaskan legend. That's super interesting. And the legends usually got like the old folklore things, unless they're adaptations of the old folklore, tend to be pretty digestible and quick. So I hope you enjoy. All caught up again. We are powering through. So what do we feel like for the next Cute little sprint. Are we still feeling the random 50 number, 45 hour? We're not going with Sam's suggestion of 45 hours, even if it would allow me to finish that obnoxiously long audiobook I'm working on. That Team Wands going to most likely be Leather and Lark for secret ability thing. Oh yeah, you guys have your secret abilities. Very exciting. I have Butcher and Blackbird that was gifted to me for my birthday this year, and it was one of my options that I presented in my last vlog for my Fall Vibes book, but I had one vote and it was from Sam, and it was for the only good Indian, so we're going with it. But I feel like Butcher and Blackbird for some reason gives me fall vibes. It gives me like Halloweeny fall vibes. An hour. Catherine loved Leather and Lark. That's part of the Butcher and Blackbird, right? I'm not crazy, am I? It's all the same thing, right? I have a question though about this series. Is it the same serial killer duo in all the books, or are we following multiple iterations of serial killers? Like, is this just a world entirely populated by Dexter-like creatures? Or are we just sticking with one true, like, couple through multiple parts of their story? Another 45, 60. Yes, it's sequel. It's sequel. Different couples, though. Okay, so we're just in a world of a lot of murderous individuals. Interesting. Interesting. This really was for the true crime girlies, wasn't it? It was like, you like this true crime story? Let me give you another one. This is like Murder Makeup Mystery Mondays situation over here. Whatever that thing is by Bailey Sarian. The second book is the girl's best friend and the guy's brother. Are they all killers? Why do I feel like everybody's killers? The companion series is set around 3 brothers. Okay, so this is like a dark Bergman brothers situation. Although with 3, I guess it would be more like a dark Wilmot sisters, which I just saw the cover for the new Wilmot sisters. It made me so excited. Is anybody else reading those? They're the Shakespearean adaptations by Chloe Leese, following the 3 sisters. So excited. What was the name of this one? Talk to me, Chloe. Where are you? It's taking 70 years to load. Yes, once smitten, twice shy. Is it gonna let me? The brightness is too high. I'm so sorry. I'm too old to figure this out. But it comes out in January, and I'm so stinking excited. And her buzzes for this one is let's get it out of our system. Grumpy, but also gentle ginger giant. Neurodivergent male main character. A fuck it first kiss. Getting hot and bothered while hiding in the hedges. Bash of sunshine brunette. Oh, ball of sunshine, not bash. That makes no sense. Swoony practice dates. Chronic illness rep. Mutual pining and lusting galore as a 12th night reimagining. And I am so here for it. It's so gorgeous. So gorgeous. If you haven't picked up a Wilmot Sisters and you were one of those girlies who was into the 10 Things I Hate About You, She's the Man, teenage Shakespeare reimaginings, this is the series for you. Pick it up. Stat. Because the last one comes out in January. So the guy's a contract killer in this one, and the girl kills pedophiles. We can all get on board with somebody killing pedophiles. Barry Dexter killing bad guys. Man, where's Deja when we need her? It was Erin in a different Tarot Readathon stream where somebody asked her if she thought Michael C. Hall was attractive, and she's like, "That's just a white guy. It's just another white guy." It was really funny. Yes, so excited. It's gonna be so good. I would not be mad if she did more in this series, if we just like found other sisters or siblings or like followed some Care Bear cousins, whatever the case may be. I'm ready for more. Okay, well, I think if nobody has any hangups about it, it should be time for another sprint. And let's do it for the 20. I'm gonna have to create a new banner for it. So we'll have the full hour this time. Enjoy, guys. Hello, hello, welcome back. How did everyone do that sprint? We had a full hour that time. I did not read for the full hour, but I definitely made some good progress. The tandem read is definitely helping. I did another 35-ish pages. I'm starting to get into some plot. The action is actioning. So we're starting to gather a crew to go back out to try to find the mermaids from the beginning of the book that, ate all the people at the very beginning. So, it's going to pick up soon. I'm very excited. I'm having such a fun time that all of this is based off of that very specific era of the Discovery Channel content where they were putting out fake documentaries. It just makes me so happy because it feels like a fever dream having lived through it when they were putting out mermaid documentaries and Megalodon is still real documentaries. And I think they had one on the Loch Ness Monster. They're funny to me. Super, super funny to me. And getting to live through it in a sort of real sense of real ravenous mermaids. I'm having a good time. Grab some snacks and 30 pages into the middle of the night. It's starting to get good. I'm excited. What are the snacks, though? I had one of my Oreos with no milk. Sam's not here to criticize me for not having milk with it, so I'm curious. Then we got Team Cups and Team Swords. Julie had much better time this time. Did 3 chapters, hoping to get to the halfway point tonight. So about page 190. What were you reading again, Julie? I'm excited to hear. My concentration wandered off and I didn't get as much read as I'd hoped. Oh well, that happens. Happened to me the first sprint. Happened to me a little bit this sprint. It'll probably happen to me a little bit next sprint. But I did decide to I hit the next chapter point. So I picked it up as a tandem from there with the audiobook, and that's definitely helping. I like the narrator, and it's helping to keep my focus, which is really good. Still editing, but don't know if your computer can handle things. Oh no, is it too much data for the computer? Oh, I hate it when that happens. Oh yes, Unsealed with the author's name who I cannot pronounce. So aiming for the halfway point of this. What prompt was this for again? Curious. Reheated some spring rolls. Oh, I'm jealous. Yesterday, I just didn't have the focus or energy to cook food or think about cooking food. So I just scavenged for both meals. It was like lunch meat and bits of pretzels and an apple, just a bunch of whatever I could find in the kitchen all day yesterday. And I accidentally skipped lunch today because of some doctor's appointments. So reheated spring rolls sound amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, I should probably take off this banner. I thought I did already. I'm sorry, guys. There we go. I'm terrible at this, so. No reading was done. I ate, held my guinea pigs, and called my grandma. I'm glad that there was a comma and some extra words in there around the guinea pigs. I was a little concerned for a brief second, but adorable. Love a guinea pig. I love that you called your grandma. That's super sweet. I adore all of this, Jody. All of it's amazing. 9 of Swords, so mental health rep. The MC is autistic. Very fun. Got to page 93 of your current read, and it's going well. I'm super glad. Everybody got some good progress this sprint, except for Joni, but she got to call her grandma and cuddle guinea pigs. So I think that's still a win. Still sounds like a win in my book. In this heat, my food is mostly snacks and sandwiches. Cooking isn't happening. I mean, amen to that, because it's just so hot and I don't want to. I just don't want to. And I have a gas stove, so it just makes the whole house hot. Sounds wonderful. It does sound wonderful. Should be able to read now, though. And you were reading. Leather and Lark, right? Yeah. With your secret ability thing, which means I'm going to guess, yeah, wands. That makes sense. It's like, I'm going to guess your team wands. Because that team wands ability thing is really OP. That one's getting used quite a bit. I don't think I've used my power yet at all to redraw a card. Yes, I got it right. Leather and Lark. Yeah. Team Pentacles, we're allowed to redraw a card. We can redraw once for any of our cards. So if we don't like the prompt, we can do a do-over for everyone. But frankly, when there's no limit to how many cards you can draw, there's nothing saying that you have to read all the cards you draw. I could just keep drawing without having to redraw if I wanted to. Not for nothing. I'm in a reading slump, so I'm trying not to push with the cards right now. Totally get it. I had such a reading slump in June. I think I read one new book and then partially reread a book that I already didn't like the first time because that's what my book club picked. Quite frankly, based off of my Goodreads review, because it was a book that a lot of my bookish friends loved. And so I knew that they were going to be potentially seeing my Goodreads review of it, and everybody was raving about it. And it was fine. I thought it was fine. But I definitely rated it way higher than I should have for something that was fine. And while I wasn't there, my book club talked about the book, saw that I rated it pretty high, and picked it without bothering asking me. And now they're all mad because none of them enjoyed it. Oopsie. I've redrawn one or two cards, but I drew a bunch at the beginning, so I don't remember which ones I redrew. Hey, the beauty of the special power. You have the opportunity to redraw as Pentacles. I don't know why I want to call it Pentacles at all times. It's just more fun to say. Also, I got a new tarot deck because my last tarot deck decided that it didn't need to belong to me anymore, and I can't find it. But I got the Millennial Edition Loteria tarot deck, which is super, super fun. I really enjoy Loteria. It's a big thing down here in Texas, South Texas especially. And it's got beautiful Loteria style imagery on it. But the all of the major arcana are the really fun ones. Like the Hanged Man is the fish. The Chariot is the bug. The old beetle. Strength. My favorite thing about this deck, though, is that it changed Pentacles because, you know, wealth and power and getting into the mind of a certain type of millennial. Pentacles got changed to Bitcoins. So here we have the King of Bitcoins instead of the King of Pentacles. The High Priestess is a beautiful mermaid witch. I think they're so fun. The World is our little Atlas guy. So yeah, so I have yet to draw any cards for myself out of this one. I'm trying really hard to get all of my cards drawn for me. So my friend Jenny drew my first 4. Deja drew one for me last night. And then I commissioned Noelle from Noelle 7 Pages, who's one of the creators of this readathon. She does tarot readings through her Ko-Fi. I've done them several times. They're super fun. But I specifically commissioned one for this readathon. And asked her to film it so that I could use it in my vlog footage. So I'm waiting on those card draws now to see what else is going to be on my radar. But right now I've got obviously this for the card Deja drew for me, which I'm going to have to relook at that footage. But it's something about somebody who's been through a traumatic experience. Then I have The Only Good Indians, which I'm reading for a book that fits within my favorite season or feels like my favorite season of fall. And that takes place in the lead up to Thanksgiving. Then I have Shantaram, which is a historical fiction novel that is a book in a genre, like a book that's out of my comfort zone, because I'm not usually reading 950-page historical fictions. It's been a long time since I've read any James Mitchum. And I think that's the last time I've read a chunky historical fiction. All I'm able to finish is graphic novels lately, and I've started stuff and nothing is sticking. Honestly, I think graphic novels is a good way to go when you're in a reading slump. Or sometimes I do really well with rereads that I actually like. It didn't work out super well with a reread I didn't like the first time, but usually um, it's usually about the time when I start doing things like rereading Frankenstein or The Princess Bride or 2001: A Space Odyssey, like any of those things that are just comfort reads for me. Typically, I'll pick them up when I'm in a reading slump. Been in a slump all year, but that's because you have no energy in general. Thanks, pregnancy. This readathon is so motivating. I think readathons are incredibly motivating. This time last year when we did the Tarot Readathon, it was a miserable, miserable month. I lost power for more than a week. My dad was in the hospital for a week. A coworker died. Uh, I had foster kittens who developed ringworm, who came into me with ringworm, and the Titan submersible exploded. So, like, there was just so much going on, and yet I think that was still the highest number of books that I read in any month for the whole year. So, like, all of that chaos combined, it um, still ended up being a really good reading month for me just because of the readathon. And I always do really well at the end of the year with the reindeer readathon. We had so much fun. We created a new readathon this year in May that we called Galactic-thon. It was me, the roomies, Emily from My Chaotic Shelves over on Instagram. And then we brought in Noelle and Nat from Nerdy Nat Reads, and crap, I'm gonna forget the Lisa. I can't remember her Instagram handle's name, and I'm so, so sorry. It's just been a while since I've had to generate it. But we did a really fun team-based readathon that was all sci-fi related, and we had these different paths and teams that were based off of your style. It was so much fun, and I think we're going to be doing that again next year because we kind of made plans for a multi-year story arc. We were a little excited. But yes, also pregnancy is going to be exhausting from what I hear. You're growing a whole human. Like, your body's doing the most. It's okay if your brain can't do much, if your body is doing all of the things. That will teach me to lie on Goodreads. That was definitely on me. But also they could have asked, like, hey, do you think you would reread this? They even wanted me to like lead the group discussions. I didn't have a good time. And I think that they really picked it because another book in that series came out around the same time that sounded interesting to a lot of them. So they wanted to read this one. And now no one wants to read the new book. That's how you say pentacles when you're trying to spell it. Yeah, it's Pentacles. It's the Greek. There are some words that I always have to mispronounce when I'm trying to spell them. Yeah, and I've also found that like my car listening has forced me to mispronounce people's names. Like, I have a friend named Katie, and her name is spelled Katye, and I have to, when I call her, I have to call her Kathi for my phone to, or for the car to know who I'm talking about. And then I have a friend whose last name is Daly, but it's spelled very differently, and I have to call her Dale, like I'm in a Pitbull song. So it's really awkward when I accidentally try to refer to her with that mispronounced last name, because I'm just so much more used to saying it that way because of my car. This is why you don't trust people's Goodreads reviews. Yeah, it. I fully lied. I fully lied. And part of it was to spare some of our friends' feelings, Catherine, because it was definitely a book heavily enjoy the cat's butthole. I'm so sorry. Heavily recommended by some of our bookish content friends. Uh, but yeah, my tarot deck has coins instead of pentacles. It took me a moment to realize I don't know tarot. Yeah, and the cat deck that I had originally had symbols, and none of them were swords or wands or pentacles. They were just like, the only one that was the shape of the actual like the symbol was the right shape, was cups. Everything else was like a circle for wands for some reason, and this strange other shape for pentacles. So this one's much closer. And the only one that they swapped was pentacles to bitcoins. So, hi, you done showing them all of your glory? You gonna just say hi, Lilu? Like a lady? Lady. Name the book. It was The Space Between Worlds. It was fine. It's fine. I think it would probably be more exciting if you've never read anything multiverse related or alternate universe related. I feel like it's probably good starter sci-fi. Maybe it was just kind of Swiss cheesy for me. There's a lot of plot holes. I lived in Phoenix for 3 years, and I still have to say, Phoenix. Phoenix. I love that. I love that. I mean, I have an aunt who is named Margaret, and as a child learning how to try to spell her name to write her letters, I called her Mar. Um, so learning how to remember how to spell her name, it was Margaret. And so whenever I spell that name, I still think Margaret. Oh, good, not a book I care about. It didn't seem up your alley. Um, but people go hard for it, and I don't understand why people go hard for it. The one that is more in your old line before you became the kickback queen, the step back queen of romance novels, that I really hated. And I think I gave it a nicer review or a nicer star rating on Goodreads than I really wanted to be nice, was Caraval. I know people love that book, but spending like 100 pages on a semi-sentient piece of clothing was really not the vibe for me. Not not the energy that I needed or wanted. But I get that people love it, and maybe the series gets better. I'm just not gonna try for it. I'm not gonna go further. It was a bad time, but people go hard. Oh, you didn't like that book series. Thank you. I feel like I'm so in the minority of disliking that book series. Um, but then my book club like will sign on for books that they know are gonna be bad. One person who hadn't been around in a while and hasn't been around since, because I think she's ashamed of what she did to us, fully had the entire book club of 30 and 40 somethings reading Alex Astor's Lightlark, and it it was bad. It was really, really bad. The girl who picked it came for one week, because we usually meet on a weekly basis and talk about sections, which can get really exhausting. I'm not gonna lie, especially when you're not enjoying the book. And she came to the first one and then never again. So the rest of it was just like us Mystery Science Theater 3000ing our reactions to this really atrociously poorly written book. And now we just get to laugh at her promotion of her books, because she's very out there, and it's real fun when you don't like it. Oh no, I loved Caraval. Didn't continue though, so I guess I didn't love it that much. Yeah, I can see why people would like it, but I don't think that even when I was the right anticipated demographic for that book, that it would have been my cup of tea. But I'm also not a fantasy girly. I've never really been a fantasy girly, other than Lord of the Rings, which I will go really hard for. Everything else is just kind of hit or miss. But when it hits for me, it hits really well. It rarely hits for me, so I don't tend to gravitate towards it. I've heard the prequel series is better, but I can't make myself read it. When I found out that the other series was also tied to Caraval, it made me angry, because I had heard good things about that one from people that I trusted. Um, but I didn't want more of that world. I really didn't. I didn't want much of the world that I got. And interestingly, I didn't pick up that book for myself. There was a thing a few years ago, maybe at the start of the pandemic or before the pandemic, where it was a like respond to my story and uh I'll tell you who to buy a book for. It was like a roving thing of gifting books to strangers or like people that you tangentially knew through other people. I don't know, weird old people social media things. But I participated in one with some friends that were doing it, and I got a few books, one of which was Carval, and the other one was The 13th Tale, which I loved because that gave big Rebecca vibes. And that one was also fun because the person sent me their copy with like a little handwritten note about why they loved it. And then the person who sent me Carval just sent it to me from Amazon, um, which I fully respect. Like, it's so much easier to send something from Amazon, but like the extra touch from the 13th Tale was really nice. And that was definitely much more my cup of tea. But if you've never heard of it, the 13th Tale is about this reclusive writer who's written all of these stories, never talks to anybody, and she's finally at the end of her life opening up her home to an author who is coming in to basically write her biography. And there's a ton of skeletons in her closet and a big mysterious old house and a family with money and uh, possible mysterious ghost children. It was a fun, tasty little gothic mystery moment. I honestly sometimes love reading bad books for book clubs because they make it a funny conversation. I mean, Catherine, this is like 80% of the literature book club's premise. This is a whole part of this process, and that's why we are tuning in every month to watch the unhinged comments about these books that you guys pick. So I get it. I have so much fun trashing a bad book, but I get so nervous if they do pick a book that I love, to see if they love it. Uh, One of them in particular, though, I read The Darkness Outside Us January one year, and we ended up reading it for the book club that March because I had raved about it. I actually did really love that one. We all read it, everybody loved it. Um, the sequel is coming out this October, and when we shared it with the group, we had a new member who joined the group since we'd read it. So he read it independently of us, and it's the only book that since I've known this man who has made him cry. He's obsessed with it now. So we're all very excited for the sequel to that one. But I was so nervous because I loved that book so much that they were all going to hate it. Marie, I think I'll go to bed. It's almost midnight here. Oh, goodness. So late. Thank you for the sprints. Thank you for joining us, Marie. So glad you were here and that you made some good progress. Sorry it's so late for you, but so glad you could be here for a little while. Yeah, there's always something kind of nerve-wracking about sharing a book that you love with somebody. It's like bearing a part of your soul and hoping that they accept it. But maybe that's just me. Like, it genuinely breaks my heart when people tell me that they don't like Frankenstein. Like, they're wrong, but I get it, I guess. At least her butt's not pointed at you this time. It could be worse. I don't usually mind when people dislike books I like. There are so many options in the world, options and opinions in the world. There's something for everyone. Yeah. I think there are some books that I'm like, you know what? Not all books are for all people. But if there's something that I adore it with everything in me, and they're like, oh, this was garbage, it kind of breaks my heart a little bit. Like, I really wanted you to love this thing as much as I loved it. And, like, I know that I have a few friends that it's like, if you read this book and you don't like it, never tell me you read it. So I feel like I'm probably not alone in that just for that reason, but it does happen. But I mean, if I liked it, just liked it, and you don't, not a big deal. But sometimes it's like, I loved this with everything in me. Please don't tell me if you hate it. And because of that, when somebody raves about a book at me, I know they watch my Goodreads. I will either not star rate it or I will lie. Sorry, the cat's just purring so loudly right now. It's so funny. I'm normally fine if people don't like my favorite books as long as they aren't mean about it. That's fair. Fair. But I did like Six of Crows. So we're still good, right? In fact, I loved it so much that when I tried to read the other books in the Grishaverse, I tried, and I'll probably try again. I was not in the right mindset for it, but the fact that there were no crows just kind of made me sad. I really just loved the crows. I'm here for the crows. I'm here for Waylon and Jesper and all the babies, all the sweet babies. Some books I love, Wuthering Heights, Lord of the Rings. I understand why they're not for everyone. Yeah, that's fair. I love Lord of the Rings, but I don't love Wuthering Heights. So, and I hate The Great Gatsby. I hate it a lot, but it's so many people's favorite book. As you should. It's the correct opinion. I love my crow babies. The crow babies are the best babies. It's one of the only items from a Owl Crate box that I use consistently. Was 1 month they gave us a Six of Crows makeup pouch. And I use it all the time. Like, that's my travel pouch. It makes me very happy. I have that, and then the other item that's, like, around in my house the most, like, visibly was they did a whole set of themed Lord of the Rings bowls. They originally were just gonna do 4, and then they added a 5th. So I have all of those, and they make me very, very happy. I also didn't like Great Gatsby, couldn't manage to care one bit about what happened or any of the characters. It's because all the characters are awful people. They're all awful people doing awful things in nice and cute clothing based off of the adaptation, but probably not in real life because the actual 1920s clothes were nowhere near as cute as how people reimagined the 1920s. But that's the historian in me talking. Oh, they're sweet, precious babies. I still haven't watched season 2 of the show, because honestly, because you were so mad at it. And I was only there for the crow babies. They did a good job with the crow babies, though. I'm bummed I missed out on the Lord of the Rings bowls. They're so gorgeous. They make me so happy. I'm sorry you missed out on them. They also did a Lord of the Rings bookend with a little hobbit door. Did you see that one? I can send you a picture. It's fine. You don't have to. See, this is why I haven't watched it yet. There's a guy at my bookstore who keeps trying to get me to finish it. Both the TV show and the series. I think he just wants more people to talk about it with, but he's a big fantasy reader and kind of cute, not gonna lie. Like, too old for him, but he's a cutie. I have Lord of the Rings bookends. I love it. Are they the like these guys? The towers? What are they? Super curious. All the actors were perfect, but the writing. The actors were so perfect. All of them. Did I ever tell you the weird thing that I had with Inej while I was reading it the first time? I've only read it one time, but while I was first starting to read the first book with Inej specifically, oh, Doctor Who bookends, are they TARDISes? I want to know. Tell me all of the information. Yes, he is single, and he's straight, and he's real cute, and wears oversized sweaters with teddy bears on them randomly, and like cardigans covered in strawberries. And yeah, I enjoy when he's working and I come into the store. Nice eye and chat candy. Like, I have a good conversation with them. Get to look at a pretty boy. It's a good time. Sometimes with a glass of wine because they sell wine there. Shadow and Bone Show is so tragic because it improves on Shadow and Bone, but greatly fucks over the crows. I've never read that. I've attempted to try Shadow and Bone, but I've never gotten very far. Um, I cannot attest for that, but it at least it gave us some crows, but I would have loved more crows. Honestly, though, the best moment of the first season for me was when they gave Jesper a goat. I know that's not in the books, but it is his behavior with the goat was the most character appropriate behavior that I could have ever imagined, and it made me so joyous. The goat was everything. It was so stupid in camp, though. I loved it until I didn't. They're the cutout of the fellowship members just walking. Oh, that's fun. The 9. I love it. And yes, the tortoises, the tardai. Not an adipose. I was showing a picture because Deja was talking about some of her woobles, and I was showing her some of the aragurumi that I had made back in the day. I don't do a lot of aragurumi anymore because it's hard on my hands and I'm an old lady. But I did, and I knit an adipose from Doctor Who for a friend of mine's baby. It was also maybe a year or two after I knit a polar bear for a Lost gift exchange in honor of the last series of Lost airing, the season finale, series finale, which I was working on knitting that in a movie theater where I regularly performed in Rocky Horror Shadowcast because they opened up the theater free for anybody who wanted to come and watch the final episode of Lost together. And they had prizes and all sorts of things. And I think I won free movie passes for 3 months because they saw that I was knitting a polar bear at the Lost watch along. It was a lot of fun. Liz hook a girl up. You gotta come to Texas for that, girly. I'll try to get a picture of him though next time I'm there. Oh wait, actually they posted a picture of him when they hired him. He might not be up to cute neighbor standards, but I don't know. I'll send it to you. I'll get your thoughts. I love the Shadow and Bone books, and it improves some things and ruins some other things. That's fair. I have a lot of feelings about Shadow and Bone and could do an hour-long lecture of everything they messed up. Where is it? I think that there are people here who would watch it happily. Anybody in favor of watching Catherine give us an hour-long lecture of everything wrong with Shadow and Bone? Please raise your hand in the chat. Adipose plushies are so cute. Let me see if I can pull this one up again. Gotta get back into my Ravelry. Oh, you know what? I could probably share screen, couldn't I? That would be easier, but I'm old. I don't wanna. I don't want to figure things out. That's hard. There's my little adipose. There he is. Knit his little cute butt. And then here's the polar bear that I made. I even gave him a little, he's way too pale. There he is. I made him a little Lost Dharma Initiative collar to go on him too. We did a whole gift package. So my gift package came with a letter and a travel backgammon, a copy of Watership Down, which was super appropriate for the book, a pair of handcuffs, a bottle of liquid smoke that I relabeled to be the liquid smoke monster. It had a bunch of funny little things. It made me very happy. I cannot remember at all what I received in that exchange, but I had a lot of fun creating the gift that I sent, for sure. Knit adipose sounds cute. I have a crochet pattern for Grogu. Aw, he's always gonna be Baby Yoda. They didn't give us a name right away, therefore Baby Yoda for life. Confession though, I never finished that show. I've always been more of a Star Trek girly than a Star Wars girly. I enjoy Star Wars, but a lot of the shows have been pretty unenjoyable for me. I couldn't finish the Boba Fett show at all, and I was so excited for that one. The Obi-Wan Kenobi one was okay. That was fine. It had Kumail Nanjiani in it, and I love him. The one that I've had the most enjoyment with though has been Endor or Andor. And I know how that ends because Rogue One, but I have a deep and slightly unhinged love of Stellan Skarsgård. He is my favorite Skarsgård. I would take Papa Skarsgård over any of the children Skarsgårds any day of the week. And he's a lot of fun in that one. You would not move to Texas even for love. I think that's fair. But you could visit Texas for a sneaky link. See, hands raised for Catherine's 1 hour lecture. He was so cute and not as fiddly as I would have expected him to be. Trust me when I say no one wants to hear me talk that long. I don't want to hear me talk that long. Also, I would probably cry at some point. I mean, you're not making this sound bad, Catherine. I haven't finished most shows. I'm a terrible TV watcher. I start things and never finish them. I am a completist, but I do usually hit a point where I think until I know if there's going to be more content or not, I'll hold off on watching things. Because, like, right now, I'm waiting on them to announce a release date for season 5 of For All Mankind before I'm going to go and watch season 4. Like, I need the confirmation that it's not going to be the end before I go into it. Like, I know it's not going to be the end. I know that they've got another season signed on for, but I just need to know, you know? But sometimes then I just jump right in. I mean, I went all in for the Fallout show and watched all of that and pretty much a marathon. And now I've got to wait for 2 years practically to get the next season. But it got nominated for an Emmy along with Three Body Problem, which I also adored and will also have to wait so much time for. And I went into that not knowing if we were going to have any more seasons, but being obsessed with the books. So I was ready for it in any capacity. I've just been chomping at the bit for it. And Walton Goggins got nominated for an Emmy individually. And while I've always been fascinated by him as an actor, like, he has such a dynamic energy. Like, you can't help but watch him. He's magnetic on screen, but I've never found him attractive. And then they took away his nose and they made him a monster. And he ramped up all of the swagger and drawl and badassness. And somehow he is the most attractive I have ever seen that man. And I'm obsessed. I have a problem. Like, I was reading AO3 fanfic about him as the ghoul. I was in dire straits right after watching that show. I'm just not gonna lie. I would be the first person sad if they ever made a season 3 though. Yeah. You'd be there at the premiere, ready to go with popcorn. The shows have been really disappointing. I blame Disney, honestly. And honestly, some of the Marvel shows have been really mid. I will go hard for WandaVision. It is the best story they have ever told about a woman, and that's not just because I have such a preference for Wanda after her being my comfort character for the last 20 years. Like, it is beautifully done. And I enjoyed Moon Knight a lot. I think some of the graphics and storytelling in that were really fun. And I really enjoyed Loki until, the Jonathan Majors of it all. But a lot of the other ones are super forgettable. Like, oh yeah, I forgot that I watched a whole show about Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Forgot all about that. I've heard Acolyte is good, but I haven't watched anything past Obi-Wan, mainly because I don't want Ashoka to be bad because I love her so much. And I've never watched any of the cartoons. So, like, my context for Ashoka is so minimal. But my best friend's obsessed with her too. So I know that there's a lot of love for her. But I really enjoyed Andor. Um, but I've also heard Acolyte is good. I like the actress that they have in it. Three Body Problem is an absolute mindfuck. There's no other way to explain it. I've been reading sci-fi my whole life, and there were some things in that just, I was never sure where that first book was going for so long until they brought it all together, and then it all just made sense. Everything made so much sense, and it blew my tiny little mind. But it is definitely translated fiction. The thing that I will tell people Having read the first two, I haven't finished the whole series. I haven't finished the last one. The first book in particular has so many cultural references from hundreds of years of Chinese history that there are translator subscripts. So Ken came in and like, this is what this is. This is this context. You need to know this. And they didn't really use them in the audiobooks. So I've had a lot of friends who have struggled without that, like, without that context and without that history knowledge doing the audiobook only. So I think if you're going to do audio, it's something that I would recommend as a tandem, just so that you have that additional context. I've watched all the Star Wars movies, but can't make myself watch the shows. Honestly, most of them are not worth it. Except if you want to watch Papa Skarsgård. Monsters are hot, and I guess I should just think of him as a monster, and it's going to make so much more sense for my brain. But I just keep thinking of him as Walton Goggins with no nose. I think of him as Baby Billy, telling me that there will come a payday. Hallelujah, what a payday. It really is messing with my mind. WandaVision was really, really well done. Someone put a lot of thought and effort into that one. Yeah, they took so much care with that one. And honestly, some of that is even just coming from Elizabeth Olsen. When they first cast her, I was a little worried, and because I'm very protective of my baby Wanda. I love her so much. And she gave an interview where they asked her how she was preparing for the role. And she had actually gone in and read a lot of the comics. She went to Marvel and said, "Give me everything that she's been featured in. I want to know her story. I want to know her history. I want to know not just what you're telling me I need to bring to this role, but what the fan base might expect for me to bring to this role," which I had a lot of respect for. But then she said she had to come back in with all of her binders of Wanda and be like, "Okay, so what of her myriad of tragedies am I going to be bringing to the table here? Like this poor woman. Why did you do all of this to her?" And then I knew we had the right woman to be Wanda, and she's always been very respectful of the history behind Wanda's character, because her first appearance was in X-Men #4. Like, she's all the way back to X-Men #4. So she knew that there was a lot of history and expectation with what she was portraying, and I think it comes through. I have trauma from the Marvel shows. I can't can't make myself watch them anymore. I haven't. I think the last one I watched was Moon Knight. I didn't even watch season 2 of Loki, because after that point we knew Jonathan Majors was a scumbag. And I was just upset that they included him. I didn't even watch Quantumanium, but I did watch the Marvels. That one was a fun time, if only for that cat scene, because that was made for me as a lover of both the animal cats and the musical cats. The Clone Wars was so good, but it's a kids show from the late 2000s, so it's hit or miss for new watchers. Yeah, I think unless you're just a diehard Star Wars fan, it's one of those shows that you kind of had to be there for. Like, I adore the original X-Men TV show. I don't expect that a new Marvel fan is going to enjoy the original X-Men TV show, the cartoon. Like, I know that there's the reboot that they've just done and people are having a good time with it, but those old ones were interesting sometimes. But that's where I cut my teeth on Marvel. I prefer that sort of sci-fi to standard sci-fi. Yeah, and if you want like a what is this doing to my brain sci-fi that's not, you know, a like a 2,400 page translated series of 3 books. One that I read recently, like back in like April, May probably, was a book called Ascension by Nicholas Binge. And it's like found media. It's following a series of letters from a fairly unreliable narrator. And it's about the discovery of a mountain that appeared out of nowhere in the Pacific, written from one of the scientists who's put on an expedition to understand what on earth is going on and why this mountain appeared and why things are funky on it. And it was just such a fun journey. I had such a good time with it. I've gotten used to not understanding all the cultural context in books. One of the upsides of reading around the world. It's a super hard thing to translate. It really, really is. But I would assume you've already hit China in your read around the world, right, Nicole? Because otherwise, that would be a China book for you. But I feel like that would be an easy one to knock off fairly early. I've made watch guides, but it's difficult to get into because the writing, animation, etc. can be very bad. But you know what? Sometimes sometimes you love it for how bad it is. Sometimes. I mean, one of my favorite like nostalgic rewatch movies, I love because of how bad it is. It was bad when it came out. Like my friends and I rented it every other week for movie nights, specifically because we made fun of it. We enjoyed it because it was bad. And like the entire soundtrack in 1999 were MIDI files instead of actual music. It's a movie called Ravenous. If you've never seen it, it is a horror film about the Wendigo legend and cannibalism. It's set in the Sierra Nevada Pass in the 1840s. It's kind of Donner Party esque, but not. And it has Guy Pearce and I can't think of his Robert Carlyle. I always think of a character name for him, which was Hamish Macbeth. It's him and Robert Carlyle, the safari guy from Jumanji, David Arquette, Neil, what's his name, who played Dum Dum Dugan in Captain America: First Avenger. It's really blonde with really blue eyes. And then awkwardly, the dad from Beetlejuice, who turned out to be a pedophile. But it's hilariously bad. And if you get a chance to watch it and you're just in the mood for some bad horror, I highly recommend it. It is a glimpse into 1999 bad movie magic. The Clone Wars finale is probably one of the best, most satisfying finales I've ever seen. That's good. Not like the horribly depressing finale of the 90s TV show Dinosaurs, where everybody died because of the Ice Age. I'll look up Ascension. Yeah, Ascension was just like, ooh, what are you doing? What is this? Uh, that was when I have a buddy read with Sam, who was in the chat earlier, and Emily from My Chaotic Shelves. Every month we read a new sci-fi book together. So that was one that we read a few months ago on a whim. I have a really beautiful copy that's kind of over there that I got from Broken Bindings. I really enjoy their special editions a lot, especially for sci-fi books. It's not as often that I see good sci-fi special editions. People like to do the fantasies a lot more, but I had a really good time with that one. Love a good bad movie. And Ravenous is for you. It is good bad movie, but it also might be one of those ones that you had to be there for. It might not be nearly as fun for somebody else. And I thought it was good. But what's really disappointing is when you thought there was a good movie from your childhood, like you have fond memories of a movie and you go back and rewatch it and you're like, this was actually garbage. Like even childhood me should have known this was garbage. This was me as a like preteen gaslighting myself into pretending like this was a good movie. Case in point, Sphere. It was a book by Michael Crichton. The movie was horribly cast. It was all the wrong people. They were great people. It was all the wrong ones though, except for Queen Latifah and Huey Lewis, who were both randomly in that movie. But like watching it, there were cuts in the editing where they were cutting people off mid-sentence. Like when I say it was a bad movie, it's not necessarily even because of the plot or the effects or the chemistry. Like it was just badly done. It was so wild. Hesitant to reread some books for that reason. Yeah. I always kind of brace myself, especially if it's one I haven't hit in a really long time. So you're like, oh, is it going to be terrible? Am I going to really regret doing this? Am I going to ruin all of the nostalgia by touching this one again? But sometimes you get that little like joy of this is exactly what I wanted and exactly the hug that I needed from the universe. That was Divergent for me. We were such a big fan, but the books and movies were so bad. Yeah, I did not attempt these. I never tried to read these. I've never watched the movies. I was just it didn't feel like it was for me. And I've heard such horrible things about how that series ended. That's the one, right? Like everybody is really upset about the last book in that series. Or am I confusing it for something else? I did read all of Twilight in terms of the like golden age of YA. I couldn't finish Hunger Games, either the books or the movies. I know that's sacrilegious. And now that they've announced the new title in the Hunger Games series, it really, every time I see it, I know it's Sunrise on the Reaping, it looks like, and my brain translates it to surprise on the reaping. It's like surprise on the reaping. Like it feels like a bad surprise party. I reread Reading Lolita in Tehran recently, and thankfully I still loved it. I've never heard of this, but kind of obsessed with this title. For a second, I thought you were just rereading Lolita for a minute, and I was like, wow, that's a choice. I only read the first two books in Divergent and heard how the third book ended. Insane. Okay, so it was the series. I did that with a TV show, with the American Queer as Folk series. I was watching it and I was behind, and somebody explained to me how the ending happened. And it basically, they were ending the last season in a place because they thought they were getting a sixth season and they were going to be able to fix some of the things that they did. But it was the same year that back in the day, before gay marriage was legal across the country, California legalized gay marriage, and the whole country went up in an uproar. And Showtime canceled Queer as Folk in that aftermath. So it just left all the characters in the midst of turmoil. And I rebuke that. I do not want that. So there's a point that I got to in season 5, a very happy point, and then I stopped watching and said, that's the end of the show. Yay, happy endings. I made my own happy ending. I tried Divergent, didn't attempt Twilight. I read Hunger Games, but I don't think I'd like them on a reread. That's fair. I read Twilight while I was in grad school. Like, I think it was right around the time the 4th book came out, maybe. I think they were all out when I started reading them, but I was working on my master's thesis and I was just so focused on all of this research. And for 2 weeks, I just stopped everything I was doing and I read Twilight. There was another week where I just zoned out completely playing Tetris without thinking. So they were my little brain breaks during my thesis work. I honestly admire Veronica Roth for having the guts to do it. Oh, is this about Divergent? I don't understand. I also felt that way about the ending of Gossip Girl. Insane. Yeah, sometimes the ending, we don't need that ending. I do that with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, just pretending the last season or two didn't happen. Fair. Around the time Dawn shows up, I'm pretty much done. Yeah, that's around the time that I'm kind of over it. I've been rewatching What We Do in the Shadows, speaking of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I got back to the episode where Paul Rubens showed up in the Vampire Council, and it brought me so much joy because Paul Rubens' performance in the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie is a top tier performance. It's my favorite thing he ever did. I will take it over Pee Wee Herman every single time because it was just so camp and so wonderful and so fun. So having him like reprise that vampire role was joyful for me. I never watched the end of Titanic because I couldn't put myself through that. They hit an iceberg and I turned it off. Oh my gosh. My dad took me and my best friend at the time to see that movie in the theaters. We were both 12. And it was Super Bowl Sunday. So this poor man gave up Super Bowl Sunday to take two 12-year-old girls to go watch that depressing ass movie. And we're there at the end and we're both sobbing our eyes out. And we got out and I'm sure at this point it should be a spoiler, but at the very end, the old lady does end up dying after she tells all of her story and it's all these things. She lays down in her bed. She starts seeing all the people from the Titanic again. She gets reunited with Jack. It's a sweet moment. My sweet little friend, to this day, decades later, is still fully convinced that that was just a dream and that this old lady was still alive. And I'll never forget it. I'll never forget the sheer shock that my father and I both experienced by her interpretation of the end of that movie. I did rewatch it at the 100th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic because they re-released it in theaters and a bunch of girlfriends went. And I loved all of the historic elements of it, all the real stories that they told. But as an adult, the story of Jack and Rose was a little tired for me. But give me more John Jacob Astor. I'll have more of that. That was fun. It's very, you do sort of know what happens after that. Yeah, it's all downhill-ish from there. Do we call it downhill? Downstream? Down the Grand Banks? Just let her believe that it's for the best. It's delusional, Catherine. It's not what happened. She's dead. Everyone's dead. Oh, that movie, man. I'm like the Titanic on VHS mania that hit when that movie was released for home box office, like for home viewing, for home consumption. I remember every window of my Blockbuster was covered with like individual flyers. Like everything was wallpapered with Titanic and giant Titanic displays. And they were doing pre-orders for the Titanic VHS for months before it was actually out, and people were lining up to pick up their pre-orders. It was wild times. And I was out in the country. I can't imagine what it was like in a city. We were out in the boonies. We had to go 2 towns over to get to the Blockbuster. Memories. Precious watercolored memories of the way we were. I only read romance books. I only want happily ever after. You didn't used to, though, Catherine. You read fantasies where people died. I know it because I've seen it and I've read them, and they die. You've got a tattoo for one of them. One of the dead loves. You lie. You do not happy endings. You do them. I do a lot of not happy endings, but it's because I enjoy allowing my emotions to release about things that are not my life. So I will repress my own emotions, but I will cry over something fictional happily every time. Even when I probably shouldn't cry, because it's not about my life, but it is kind of about my life. Because books are therapy, whether they like it or not. Okay, we've been a little chatty for a little while. How does anyone feel about another sprint? I know all the books I'm reading right now are depressing or violent. You've had some doozies, I feel like. You might need a little romance. We got to find an offbeat romance from another country for you, like a weird country romance. I feel like that's going to be a hard thing to find for you, but we can. I can only do non-happily ever afters once in a while now. Too much is going on in the world. That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes you have to choose the books based off of your reality and what you can emotionally handle. Need to pick up some Terry Pratchett next or something. Yeah, that's nice and lighthearted. If you've never done Douglas Adams, though, highly recommend Hitchhiker's Guide. I reread those at the start of the year. They've always been favorites. But it was one of those rereads that just brought me nothing but joy. Could do another sprint, Nicole. Another sprint sounds good. What are we feeling timeline-wise? Do we want a 45 or an hour? I got you, Nicole. What countries are you looking for? Yeah, what's in the 40%, Nicole? She's read 60% of all the countries in the world. She's only got 40% left. So I feel like your work might be cut out for you in trying to find something from an odd country. I could read Douglas Adams. I've never read Hitchhikers, but it's on my list. It will make you laugh out loud. It is so much fun. And they all kind of refer to each other really well. I'll never forget, I was sitting in the back room of the Ann Taylor that I worked at the time, reading on my break, and I was in the 3rd book, and it gives an explanation for a really throwaway moment in book one and drew all of the things that had happened from that moment to the third book together in a way that I just lost it. I was just sitting there cackling in the back room of this store. So many island countries, some African, South American, or Southeast Europe. You've got your assignment, Catherine. And I assume you want them to be written in or by authors from those countries and not just like set in those countries, right, Nicole? Or am I making that up? I have a werewolf romance that takes place in New Zealand, I think. Catherine, I would like the name of that book. You know, I would like all of the werewolf romance titles. I'm here for all the monsters. I try to find authors from those countries, yes. And I assume you've done Poland. That feels like fairly low-hanging fruit. Let's see. And I assume you've done Nigeria, because I feel like Nigeria is also fairly low-hanging fruit for Africa. Done Poland. Basically, I've done all the countries where books are easy to find in English. Yeah, that's fair. Done Nigeria, yeah. I feel like Nigeria is so easy to find authors from there right now. I think this is not an accurate list of African written romance novels. Because it also doesn't tell me where the author is from. But maybe. I don't know many translated books. Yeah, they're hard. Nigerian publishing industry must have Penguin Random House connections or something. They've got a lot of distribution in North America. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff happening with Nigerian fiction right now around African futurism and fantasy. So there's a lot of things that are in a trendier spot that are coming out of Nigeria than other countries like Ghana, Djibouti, some of those places. So I think it was having a moment. Those Nigerian authors were having a really big moment. I say that as somebody who just reads a lot of Nigerian authors. So maybe they were just having a moment with me. I could have just been the target audience there. But I don't read geographically diverse all that well. I know that. I'm bad at it. Love the African futurism thing is being published more. Yeah, I find so much joy in it. It is such an interesting and unique sandbox that they're playing in. Like it feels so different from the other things that are happening that it is just so enjoyable. Makes me happy. But I definitely had to give up on Tade Thompson because even though I love the ghoul from Fallout, I still had to walk out of the room a few times when the ghouls got too zombie-like. I can't do a lot of zombies. The only reanimated corpse I really want to engage with is the monster in Frankenstein. So Tade Thompson's major work with Rosewater and that trilogy pretty immediately dipped its toes into zombie territory, and I've never tried to pick it up since. I literally was in the bathtub trying to read it, and my bathroom is off of a really long straight hallway. And I remember getting to that point and getting so upset and just yeeting the book down the hallway, and then immediately gifted it to another friend who I thought would like it more. I need books from places like Gabon, Guinea, Bolivia. I've had to do some research. Have you done Latvia? I have a friend in Latvia right now, so she can be on the lookout. She's just moved there to work for a university out there. Love magical realism from around the world. One of your favorites. I don't do as much magical realism as I probably should. Not Latvia yet. Okay, I'll ask for Latvian recommendations from her. See if we can find anything translated. She does a lot of work, so she is a forensic anthropologist. So she's doing a lot of work in that space, and I don't know how much fiction she reads. So it might be a recommendation about forensic anthropology. And I don't know how much fun that will be for you, but I'll try. Yeah, she's kind of a badass. Back at my last museum job before I gave up on the museum industry, I worked with her. That's where I also made many of my paleontologist friends and archaeologist friends back in my museum industry days. Hence my name. Museum Grec is based off of my grad school experience. I read a lot of history and memoirs too, only a couple of anthropology books. Oh yeah, you did do a memoir in your last video that I saw. Hmm. I don't know why I think I'm going to be helpful. I've never read books from these countries that you're looking for. I'm so sorry. I'm trying so hard to be helpful. Okay, sprints. 45-hour. What are we feeling? Do either. Catherine, how much time do you need to edit? How much chunk do you want to get done? I think I'm going to go with 45 only because it's starting to get late over here and it's been a very long week. So I'm going to do the 45 so I can take a shower and get some sleepies. Catherine's having the same vibe and we're in different time zones. So it's very late for you. So we're going to go to the 15. Also, is the ambiance been okay? Has the volume been okay? This one's a new one, so I want to make sure we're vibing. Or if we want to go back to the old tarot one. Okay, got a thumbs up on the ambiance. Okay, see you guys in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody had some good reading that sprint. That was our last sprint because it is 11:15 here. It's a Wednesday, so I need to get myself and these cats into bed. But I have gotten further and into the Drowning Deep. I'm at page 104. Everybody is just getting on the boat. So we're about to go to sea on the hunt for more killer mermaids. Some of this has been really interesting with some like historical research components and how fringe scientific research is treated by the overall research body. It's just been kind of interesting and kind of fascinating, and I'm having a good time. I have heard nothing but good things about this book, and so far it is delivering. I'm having a fun night with you guys and this book. And Liz has joined us from the Roomies Faux Sprints, Fantasy Over Everything. So good to see you. I hope those are good sprints. I don't even know what book Faux is reading right now. I am a terrible Patreon, and I don't pay enough attention to what's going on over there unless I happen to have the time to catch a sprint. I think the only Fantasy Over Everything book that I have read was Bride, and I didn't love it. Got through 40 pages, then got distracted by a dog fostering kittens on Instagram. Oh, those are always so much fun. I got my foster right here. Come here, buddy. Come say hi. Oh, no, you don't want to. So I was giving you love earlier. I don't want to give you love now. But the black cat, Ohan, that you see around, he was a former foster baby of mine. I had all four of him and his brothers and sister. They were dumped at the shelter without their mom at 4 weeks old. So I have a lot of fun raising orphaned babies or mamas with babies or pregnant mamas. Because then I get all of the adorableness of kittens without bottle feeding and without having all of the cats. So it's a win-win in my book. Liz is 19% into The Worst Duke in London. This is definitely giving me the Worst Pies in London vibe, and that's going to be stuck in my head the rest of the evening. But I'm glad you're liking it. Almost to my goal for tonight. I might keep going for a little while longer. You should. You're so close. You're trying to hit the halfway point of your book, right? Feel the same way. That bad Patreon? Is that what we're talking about? Sorry, it's starting to get late. My brain's starting to get fuzzy. My boss is texting me from Europe. It's a whole thing. I'm not sure you're going to keep going, but I read 2 chapters. Hopefully get to 100 pages. Well, this was the last sprint, but I hope you keep going, and I hope that you hit your 100 pages. It's always nice to get to your goal. How far off are you from your goal for the day? You've only read Bride. Oh, so we were on the same page of being terrible Patreons and only reading one of the book club books in the Ruby's Patreon. His sister-in-law fosters kitten. They're impossibly cute. Yeah. It's the first litter was the hardest, I will say, in part because I trapped them myself because it was a cat. I do a lot of TNR work because I live off of a green space and I'm one of the only yards without a dog. So I get a lot of cats that show up, a lot of community cats, a lot of feral cats. And so I do a lot of TNR, which is trap, neuter, release, to make sure that there's not 700 baby kittens. And a litter showed up, and I thought I had managed to trap all of them because they were all white and they all looked the same. And I missed one girl cat, and she hung around a lot. I noticed she was pregnant. I was trying to track her beforehand, and I missed the window. But she came back with all the babies as soon as the babies were able to walk, and she had 3 little white kittens with little gray hats. They all had just little gray spots on the tops of their heads. So I trapped her and used her to lure all the babies in to hand catch. And I had them in what is now my foster room, but is my half bathroom. It's my Harry Potter bathroom, I call it, because it was an add-on and it's like tight and it feels like it's hidden under the stairs. But I had the feral mama in there until the kittens were weaned, and I had to unferilize those babies after I got her fixed and released her back in the yard. And they were the sweetest once I managed to get them acclimated to people. I loved them so much. If you go back really far in my Instagram, you can see pictures of them. One of them in particular, who was the spiciest of the spicy babies, ended up like trying to nurse on my ear all the time. So saying goodbye to them was really hard. And I think I went a week after I dropped them back off at the shelter to see if they'd been adopted. Because if my little snuggle bug was still there and hadn't been claimed yet, I probably would have taken him home. But after that, it was really pretty easy until I ended up with a litter of all black kittens because I have a soft spot for them. And not only did I foster fail with that litter and keeping Ohan, my parents foster failed my litter. My dad has never had a pet of his own. He is 73 years old, and he ended up adopting one of my kittens and named him after Doc Holliday, specifically from Tombstone. It's the first time he's ever named a pet, and he's just obsessed with him, and it's the cutest thing I've ever seen. It gives me all the joy in the world. The book is The Scarlet Alchemist. Excuse me. Leave it to Christine to pick a fantasy book I've never heard of because I've heard of so few of them. She always picks such interesting reads. Put away the rest of the laundry at 43% into your book. Good job, Desi. That's hella productive. At page 160 to a goal of 190. 30 pages? You got that. That's going to be happening in no time. Less than 50 pages left. You guys are crushing it tonight. We were really productive. And I say we in a collective sense because you were way more productive than I was, but I appreciate being along for the ride of your productivity. Magical Cat Lady Liz. I am an absolute cat lady. I am like Snow White, but just for feral cats and strange urban animals. So that cat that I trapped, I thought she was going to be gone. I was like a weird alien that abducted her and her children, took out some of her internal organs, and then released her back into the wild without her children. Like, why would you stick around? She is still here, and she is now feeder friendly, which is a term for like she's okay with me sometimes. I can pet her, I can pick her up, not always. Sometimes she'll still get a little skittish, but like she'll come to the back door and yell at me to feed her breakfast. I tried really hard not to name her and just kept calling her Mama, and now her name is Mama. She will respond to it. But I also have a little tabby and a Himalayan, like fluffy Siamese looking cat that are always a pair together that I have named Gimli and Legolas, which I feel like you should appreciate, Catherine. They're always together and they are adorable. But I have a whole host of cats that kind of come and go. I have a raccoon family that every year the mom will bring baby raccoons to my yard. I have a lot of possums, which I love the possums, but what I don't love are the skunks that keep trying to come around. But I have like a little urban Snow White situation in my backyard. Someday I'll become a cat lady. I recommend it. I enjoy being a cat lady. If I wasn't allergic, I'd be a cat lady. That is heartbreaking for me, for you. That hurts my soul. Why did I say bless you out loud as soon as you sneezed? Oh, thank you, Jesslyn. I felt it. I felt the bless you from across the distances. My grandma always fed the neighborhood cats. It was so sweet. Yeah, there's so many interesting things about feral cat colonies and stray cats and the differences between the two and the impacts on the local environment. But ultimately, because I'm in the South, there's no such thing as kitten season. It's warm so often that some cats can have up to 4 litters a year. And if you're not making sure that they're not having litters, it can become a huge, huge problem. So I try to do my part in my neighborhood as best as I can. But what I love is that like the neighborhood cats, the feral cats, are just real chill with the like weird urban wildlife. Like I'll just watch the outside cats just watching the skunk pass, be like, I'm gonna leave you alone. We're gonna mutually respect each other. It's real cute. I did not read anything, but I was here. Hey, you were here, Sammy. You were here, and that's what matters. Are you coming to say hi? Come here. Pardon my tummy. Come here. Hi, baby. You heard me talking about the cats? So the old lady came by to say hi, not the foster baby. But she's 13 and Ohan is 1. And obviously that is just a great combination and it doesn't irritate the 13-year-old at all. Gimli and Legolas. Yeah, I'll have to get a picture of you for you of Gimli and Legolas because he's just so short and fluffy and he looks so grumpy. And then Legolas is a very tall, like very long, sleek cat, even though he's a tabby boy. But as soon as I saw them, that's exactly what I thought about. Their little bromance. They're always together. They love each other so much. Those are great names. They're really adorable. Hi, buddy. You look like you're about to be a menace. You about to be a menace? Sorry, guys. He's on the prowl. Yeah, that's a lot of kittens. I grew up in Canada, so we definitely had a spring season for all the babies. Yeah, there's no season. It's just constant. And people I don't think realize that cats can start popping out babies at like 4 months old. So unaltered cats in your neighborhood can really be an interesting problem. And there's also a native wildcat in England, specifically in Scotland, in the UK, but it's in Scotland. It's a Scottish wildcat. They look very much like domestic cats, and they're closely enough related to domestic cats that they can interbreed. And so they're experiencing a feral cat problem for the first time in a long time in England. Um, in UK. I'm sorry, I'm tired. So I'm mixing up all the countries. And I know there's some poor British person who's going to see this at some point and be very angry, or some Scottish person. But in Scotland, they're having a really big problem with these cats getting out and genetically harming the population of Scottish wildcats, which I found very interesting. Um, but they're really cute. If you look them up, Scottish wildcats, really adorable. Last wildcat in the UK on the islands. Um, but my favorite of the non-domesticated cats that I wish more people could love and appreciate as I do are the Pallas cats. They're a Siberian cat and they're very, very fluffy and they look very, very grumpy. And to keep their paw pads warm, they stand on their tails and it's the cutest thing you've ever seen. They're just a giant, grumpy ball of fluff. So it's probably my favorite cat. Don't let Lulu hear you. But yeah, so anybody else get some good reading done? Have any big plans for the rest of the readathon? It's been such a fun time. This is my second year as a co-host of this readathon, and it's just grown so much since Deja and Noelle created it, and it's been so much fun and brought so much joy to folks. Because again, I know readathons are that time where people can get extra productive. And the communities that get created and the bonds is one of the things I really like. I think it was readathons that really helped me feel like I could integrate into the bookish community for the first time, when I felt like I could get into a chat and have a space and feel like I could engage and make friends. So it's exciting to be on the other side of this and helping to have a platform for those conversations for folks. It makes me really happy. Thanks for joining us, Jessalyn. I hope that you get your goal tonight and that you have a good time getting there and that you're done with all the laundry, because the laundry is a never ending, like Sisyphus level task. Mwah. Thank you for being here, Catherine. Listening to an audiobook, Something This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury. I was just talking about this one. This is Peacock. Also, great name. Love Clue. Been thinking about Clue a lot in the last week with Mr. Body and the gunshot. But I love Ray Bradbury and I love Something Wicked This Way Comes. I think it doesn't get enough love. But my favorite Ray Bradbury is The Martian Chronicles. Thank you for the sprints. Good to get some reading in before bed. I am glad you are here, Nicole, and I'm so glad that you are making some progress. And hopefully you can find something a little bit lighter than some of the memoirs you've been reading around the world. Good night, and thanks for the sprint. Thank you, guys. Enjoy. I think that's going to be a wrap on tonight. Make sure to check the Discord. I don't know when the next sprints are going to be. I think they might be tomorrow in the daytime on the Roomies channel. But all of that is listed in the sprint schedule channel on the Discord. And I'll be sprinting again next week. Do I remember what day? No, I do not. I'm a terrible YouTuber. But if you are available, I would love to see you there. And until next time, bye guys.